start the meeting.
Yes, we are. I think we are waiting on the Secretary to Parliament. But we've got sufficient members to start the meeting. I will let you know as soon as the Secretary has joined.
Chairperson, through you.
Good evening, honorable members. How are you?
Good evening,
Good
Chairperson
evening.
and colleagues.
We are fine, thank you.
Good evening, Speaker of Parliament.
Good evening, Chair, and how are you?
Fine, thank you so much. Good evening, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Good evening, STP. Have you arrived?
Oh, I've long been in the meeting. I've not arrived. I've long been in the meeting from the beginning, yes.
Yeah, no, we were waiting for you. Now that you are here, we can start. Let me take this opportunity and greet the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, and members of this Joint Standing Committee from
Chair, your signal.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Now we can.
Cindy?
Yes, Chair.
Can you
I
hear
can hear
me?
you clearly, but you've been breaking up a little bit. Now we can hear you clearly, Chair.
Yeah, I'm at the parliamentary village. I'm at a place where Parliament has designated me.
No problem. I'll alert you when we lose you.
Okay. No, I was passing my greetings to the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chairperson
Chair, we are losing you again. We were losing you again.
Okay, let me. Don't know because I'm not using Wi-Fi. Am I audible now?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly now, Chair.
Okay. Greetings once again, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ndlovu, Acting Chair, Honorable Cameron, and members of this Joint Standing Committee.
We've lost you again, Chair.
And all the support staff that has joined us in this meeting. I just believe that I'm audible, Cindy.
Yes, you're good now.
Yeah, and we have circulated the agenda of the meeting, like we have agreed in our last meeting that we will need to meet very soon because we are debating the parliament vote this week. So the meeting has been convened for that purpose so that we can allow both the speaker and the chair of the NCOP to present the APP of Parliament before the committee. Before we go to the item, I'm going to check with the secretariat and the meeting if we have any apologies. Cindy?
No apologies, Chair.
No apologies. Can we
None.
move to the second item and check if we agree with the agenda that has been circulated?
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Papane. Is there
I
any
second
second?
Honorable Douglas.
My hand is up. It's been up before Honorable Papane spoke.
Okay. Let me hear what the issue is.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on the agenda, if you remember in the last meeting, we requested that an item be added. And the chair said, the chair of the session at that time said the item will be discussed at the consolidation of committee minutes and reports item. I just want to know if is that still the case or we are adding. That's one. Number two, I do not see the item of the adoption of the report, because I believe that we should, as the committee, adopt the report before it's presented before Parliament. I don't see that item on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
The first item, which item is that one? Let's take those items one by one.
Yeah, I requested that we add an item called forensic investigation on the appointment and salary increase of the STP.
You wanted to discuss the item?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And then what is the second item?
The second one is the adoption of the report. I don't see it here in this agenda today. And I believe that this meeting was specifically called so that we can adopt the report before it gets tabled at the House. So I don't see the adoption of the report here in this agenda.
Okay.
Chair.
Yeah. No. I'm going to give you a chance to speak, all of you, and hear what your views are on the suggestions that have been made here before I make a ruling. Honorable Dagmo.
Thanks very much, Co-Chair. Greetings to the Executive Authority and honourable members and the staff. Just on this issue, I would agree that at the last meeting, Honourable Maoti is correct to say that the chairs indicated that when we get to the issue of the minutes, if you look there, there's an item on consideration of committee minutes. The issue around matters arising, because that whole meeting dealt with the issue of the appointment and remuneration of the STP, can be raised under the issue of minutes as a matter arising. And I think that's what had been agreed. So it's not a standalone item. It was agreed that that particular issue can be raised under the issue of matters arising from the minutes. And then it seems to me, Co-Chair, that the briefing on Parliament's 26-27 APP and budget is an item on the agenda, and I think it will then be up to the committee to, note the report, accept the report, etc. So it is on the agenda, and it's up to us as a committee as how we're going to deal with that once we've had the presentation. Thanks, Chair. Those are my submissions, and that's why I support the colleagues who proposed the adoption of the agenda, because it does actually accommodate what Honourable Maotwe is raising. Thanks.
Okay. I chaired the last meeting, Honourable Cameron and Honourable Maotwe last week. And the impression that I got, unless if I'm wrong, was that previously in the meetings of this committee, you discussed the matter of the STP. And I don't know whether the matter that you are raising now has not been part of the previous discussions. Can I be clarified if the matter has been exhaustively dealt with, or whether it's an ongoing matter?
No, thank you, Chair. You're correct. The matter was discussed, but it never came to a finality or to a conclusion. However, we were shocked to hear and listened to pronouncements being made by the chairpersons of this very committee that the matter is finalized. In the last meeting, when the meeting took place and we discussed this issue, I even asked, if we say you are going to pronounce, what are we pronouncing? What are we telling the nation? Have we voted on that? No voting took place, except a shock to some of us that the matter has been concluded. How and what was concluded, no one can tell you. But yes, the matter was was discussed, but it never came to a conclusion that would lead to a resolution by this very committee. So for as long as there is no resolution by this committee on how to proceed with that matter, it remains open. Even if this committee takes a resolution, there are other avenues that we can still pursue for us to ventilate the issue. But from this committee, we need an absolute certainty of where we stand with that matter. And as such, Chair, that's why with the latest developments now of what we received last week on Thursday or Friday, the last meeting we had, it became clear to us that the matter is far from conclusion and therefore necessitates for a forensic investigation into this matter that would then bring a conclusion to that matter of the STP. We obviously don't want to have this matter hanging forever, Chair, believe you me. We want to conclude on this matter. But we can't for as long as there is no resolution by this committee on where that matter then stands. It can't be correct that individuals from this committee just make pronouncements on behalf of all of us when there's no meeting that has resolved on such a pronouncement. So therefore, Chair, we request that we discuss this matter. The matter is the discussions around forensic investigation on the appointment and the subsequent salary increases of the STP that are actually still ongoing to this day. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, let me do this. I see there are hands here. Honorable Dagmo, Honorable Hadebe, Honorable Badenhorst, Honorable Nilmay, Honorable Makesini.
Honorable
then-
Chairperson, please note me, I'm unable to raise my hand on the gadget. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mpapane. And then there is an honorable member at parliament.gov.za. Who is this one?
Comrade Feni from NCOP, Chair.
Honorable Feni.
Yeah. Feni, Honorable Feni, may you please rename your gadget to Feni? Okay. You can help. You can help Honorable Feni Cindy to. Yeah. Can we speak in that order, starting with Honorable Dagmo?
Thanks, Co-Chair. Co-Chair, my recollection of the last meeting, the first part of the meeting was chaired by Honorable Co-Chair Ndlovu, and Honorable Maotwe had raised the issue, and the ruling at that point in time by Honorable Ndlovu, and she's here to indicate, was that the matter cannot be a standalone item and that it can be raised as a matter arising from the minutes, because the minutes of that meeting of the 4th of March specifically dealt with the appointment and the remuneration of the STP. And that was my understanding of the ruling of the co-chair. And then I recall you concluded the meeting, but there was never an agreement that it's a standalone item, because if colleagues have read the minutes, you will see that the minutes are very clear about the matter being put to rest, etc. But we'll get to the minutes, and then at that point, some of us will definitely, propose that the matter is closed, and if others have got other suggestions, we'll deal with it. But my understanding is that this issue that Honourable Maotwe has been raised it was ruled that it can be raised as a matter arising from the minutes, where we can deal with the matter there, but not as a standalone item. That's my understanding.
Okay. Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chairperson, and good evening, everyone on the platform. Chairperson, I think that Honorable Dagmo has more or less covered what I was going to say. But what is critical here is that the issue of the forensic investigation, that's why I want to be corrected. It was not discussed, it was not even proposed and seconded. So it cannot be that in this meeting, it can be said that one, we have to discuss the issue of the forensic investigation. We didn't agree on that. What we agreed upon is that we are going to have the minutes of the meeting, and then it can, if you want to put anything new, she can put it as matters arising from that. I think that's what happened in that meeting. We cannot hear anything, Chair. Is that one, if she raises it there, it's fine, but she cannot put it up front as if we agreed on the forensic investigation. It was not, I was in that meeting, there was no agreement around that, but she can raise it in the matters arising if she feels that it must be done. But what must happen then, Chair, is that we'll have to go to the minutes, adopt the minutes, and then deal with the issues arising out of that. Because even in the previous minutes, it's very clear what transpired in those meetings.
Thank you so much, Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you very much, and good evening. And I'm sorry I wasn't at the last meeting, so I can't make announcements on what was discussed in the last meeting. All I can do is refer to what Honourable Dagmo now said, that the matter was put to rest ostensibly in the previous meeting, before the meeting we had last Friday. And I think it will probably come up under matters arising, but it's important to note this now, so that we don't glance over it. If you look at the very last point in that minutes of that meeting, it says, noting the Speaker's concern that it would be premature to issue media statements on the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament's position on the matter, while members still require time to study the documents, it was agreed that the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament would issue a media statement to confirm the discussions and the outcomes of that day's meeting. But what transpired after that is that there was TV interviews, there was media statements issued on behalf of the committee by certain members of this committee that said that the decisions were made in that committee, that the matter has now been put to rest. And I think that's where Honourable Maotwe comes in. The matters were not put to rest. There are a lot of outstanding matters here. And the Speaker said so herself in the minutes. It's standing there in the draft minutes. So yeah, I welcome the opportunity to go back to the minutes so we can reiterate that, and not now put any any words in any member's mouths. There was no resolutions taken by this committee. No vote was taken place. There was no opportunity for any party to put in a minority report so that their view or the party's view could become clear in this matter. So I don't for 1 second take it that this matter has been put to rest. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Nieuwmeester.
Good evening, Chairperson, and good evening to my colleagues that are here. Chairperson, I have a slightly different take in the sense that the matter of the Secretary to Parliament salary had been thoroughly ventilated, interrogated, and concluded, and it wasn't new. It is not unresolved. In fact, when I was about the last speaker to speak that evening, and I left with this sentence, which said, "Let us therefore put this matter to rest, restore institutional stability, and focus our energy on the real challenges facing Parliament and the people of South Africa." I would think I was the last speaker, but that was what my words were. And that was in a point of, it was in conclusion that we had ventilated it. It wasn't in the legacy report. It had been passed by the two houses in the annual reports, and we had.
Some point of order.
Point of order taken. Is that
Chair,
honorable?
I'm a bit worried on how this is unfolding because I think what was requested is the inclusion of an item. It was a suggestion that the item is covered matters arising. So I think now members are discussing the details of the matter. Maybe we should allow you as the chair to make a ruling because what I'm hearing is not about including or not including the item. And members are going to the details of the matter. Thank you.
Yeah. You will not speak the same way in a meeting. Let me, because there were about 3 hands left. Let's just be patient and allow the member to speak on the issue so that we can take an informed decision, or we can restate the decision that was taken.
Okay, and let me conclude.
No, just wait, Honorable Nieuwmeester. The opportunity that Honorable Van Rooyen denies me is to get his view whether the matter was discussed in the previous meeting. Is that what you are stating, Honorable Van Rooyen?
No, Chair. Remember what is being said and what you look into the minutes themselves, that matters. So there was an insistence that from Honorable Maude that it should be a standalone item. Now, what I'm raising on a point of a procedure here as to are we still on adopting the agenda or are we discussing the agenda items? And I'm a bit worried. It seems as if we're discussing the agenda. And now you are also saying I must discuss the agenda item. I don't think I'm in a position to discuss because I want to get to the minutes and express my view when we deal with this.
I'm not saying you must discuss. What I want to check with the members is whether the item was discussed in that meeting of the 4th of March. That is what will help the chairpersonship to make a decision.
But the minutes are very clear, Chair. Please look at the minutes.
Okay, can we quickly run through the list? Honorable Nieuwmeester.
Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to conclude in concurring with the Honorable Dagmore that it is part of the matters arising, that we leave it and that we attend to it under the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Makesine.
Thank you, Chair. No, I wanted to agree that the matter was raised by the Honorable Maude, And the Honorable Co-Chair Ndlovu promised that you must wait for this meeting of Tuesday, that the matter will appear in the minutes. So the issue, if the issue is on the minutes, let's allow the process of the minutes and deal with the matter. But indeed, the matter was raised by Honorable Maudu, and the Co-Chair promised us due today that that matter will appear on the minutes. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Fanny.
Oh, so sorry about that. No, I think, Chair, I've been covered by Honorable Khatebe on the matter, Chair, because on the question of certainty of whether the matter was discussed or not, I think it has been, because I was not part of the last meeting, but I was part of the meeting of the 4th of March. So
Okay.
I just wanted to engage on that part. On the last meeting, I was not part of it, but hence I'm saying Honorable Khatebe have captured me properly.
Okay. Honorable Mpapan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Co-Chairpersons, colleagues on the platform, Honorable Speaker, Honorable NCOP Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Chairperson, we discussed this matter thoroughly on the 4th of March, and we were not supposed to, even at that point in time, but because in our previous meetings, we agreed that we will deal with these HR matters separately from anything else. My understanding was that we dealt with this matter, though there were differing views, especially from Honorable Mautwe, and I think it was Honorable Badenost. There were differing views from our understanding of discussing the matter on the 4th of March. So I was not part of the meeting of last week because I was busy in my budget vote. But what I want to say, Honorable Chairperson, because the meeting of last week agreed that the matter will arise in the minutes, then let's deal with it like that. But I really don't understand why are we bringing it back, this matter of the STP. Because if I don't agree with it and I want further investigation into the matter, I must just go to the law enforcement agencies so that they can do that on our behalf. But as a committee, we really need to move on and deal with matters that are before us. We cannot keep on going round and round and round on one matter. Ever since we started is the STP. I want to plead with ourselves. If we are not satisfied with the files that we received and we haven't read the files or gave ourselves enough time to go through the files, let's then approach the law enforcement agencies so that they can do a thorough job. Tina, sitting here, we are wasting our own time because we don't have that capacity of doing so. If a member is not happy with the way the matter was handled in our meeting of the 4th of March, then it is better to go for the forensic way. Thank you very much, to go to law enforcement agencies so that they can deal with this matter once and for all. Tina, as members of this committee, we proceed with the work that we are supposed to do. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, honorable members. I was there in the last meeting, and the impression that I get is that this matter was discussed in the meeting of the 4th of March. And so, because it has been discussed, the chairpersonship of that day have given you an ample opportunity to discuss the matter. If the matter has to come to discussions tonight or in this meeting, it will then appear as matters arising from the minutes. And the second question that you raised, Honorable Maotwe, we are not dealing with a committee report today. We are dealing with the presentation from the office of the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP. May we please give them chance to make presentations, and when they are done, the committee will deliberate on their presentations. Honorable Speaker and Chair of the NCOP, I'm going to give you an opportunity to pass remarks before we go into the presentations.
Sorry, Chair. My apologies. So what is your ruling on the first item? Is that it's going to be in the minutes? It's going to be an item that is discussed under the minutes.
It is not an item. What is it is that what it is that there is an item called minutes. And when those minutes have been presented, the chair will check if there are matters arising from the minutes, and anybody who wants to raise any matter from the minutes, the person is at liberty to do so.
But Chair, that's where we disagree fundamentally with that. And that's why we've asked that it be an item that is added on the agenda before the agenda is adopted. Precisely because in the last meeting, there was no conclusion of this issue. I remember even asking for the files, and we were told that there's sensitive information, we can't take the files. But the minutes themselves, they are saying exactly that. You were in that meeting, Chair. There was no resolution that was taken in the meeting. And I don't see how, if we don't discuss it in the minutes and we're hoping for it to be in the matters arising, how so when the matter of forensic investigation as a separate item would be there when it was never discussed? We are saying, coming from the issues that have been raised in terms of the appointment and the subsequent salary increases and everything else, we see it fit that we establish some sort of investigation in the form of forensic investigation on this matter so that we can come to a conclusion. Chair, no one voted on this matter. No one. The meeting ended with no conclusion. Otherwise, the minutes will be saying that. And number two, Chair, are you saying that on the issue of the report, are we going to go to the House on Thursday to deal with vote 8 of Parliament without adopting the report here? Chair, I sit with you in the finance. You know we don't do that. So we need to guide the colleagues properly. It doesn't happen. The committee needs to accept or reject, and then it goes further. But it can't be that we're going to discuss, deliberate, and then we decide what must happen. It's not up to us to decide. We are dictated by the rules. Chair, please, let's just follow the rules. It's like that. Thank you.
Look, the point that you are raising is very valid. There is no way that you can have a committee report before the office of the Speaker makes a presentation. The office must make a presentation here, and the committee must then decide when is it going to adopt the report that must be debated in the House. But you can imagine if even before the Speaker and the Chairperson makes a presentation, we already have a committee report. When will that report have been generated? So let's allow the office of the Speaker to make a presentation, and then we will engage. Number two, the item that you are suggesting that there must be an item on forensic audit. It's not a decision of the meeting. The meeting has spoken here. It does not support your suggestion. What the meeting says is that let's go to the minutes, present the minutes. If there is any honorable member who wants to raise an issue arising from the minutes, that honorable member will raise the issue. And if Lakhanyan has a proposal or a recommendation that he wants to make on matters arising from the minutes, Lakhanyan will be given that opportunity to make a recommendation. If he wants to recommend a forensic investigation, he will do so. And the meeting will decide if it agrees with the recommendation or not. There is nobody who is going to be stopped from making any recommendation or suggesting how a matter can be handled going forward. But even when the recommendation has been made, that recommendation must be subjected to the view of the meeting. Is it very clear?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mpapan.
Yes, I fully agree with you on that one. That Honorable Chair, okay, let me start by saying that we are not dealing with a portfolio committee here. We are dealing with Parliament. Let's allow the EAs to make a presentation, to make a presentation. Thereafter, we deliberate. After that, there's no report that we will be sending or that will need us to adopt before we go to the budget vote on the 20 band on Thursday. I don't think it's how we used to do it. This is not a plain portfolio committee. It's not a line function department. We are dealing with Parliament. Let's just follow the processes. And another issue, the issue of minutes, the way they are captured is not correct. It's a discussion for another day. But for now, let's not waste our time. Let's wait for those minutes, because some of us, we were not there when you agreed on that part. We were not in the meeting, but the decision of the meeting stands that you agreed that you'll deal with the matter in the minutes. Let's allow the EAs to make a presentation so that we deliberate on the report, and then we will move to the minutes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. So, Honorable Mpapan, what you say is that it is a customary practice that the Joint Standing Committee goes straight to Parliament without a committee report.
Chair, that's fundamentally wrong. It's actually embarrassing to even suggest that. This is appropriation.
From a chair or point of order, the honourable
No,
member
Chair,
request to
it has
speak.
to be, there
Just
needs to
speaks.
be a committee resolution that takes this appropriation to the House. It can't, the
A
money here,
committee
the money that
resolution,
was
Honorable
tabled
Chairperson,
is the
will be
money that
there
was, that is,
on the
that is
minutes.
in Chair, okay, please protect me. I need to guide you. You know, this is actually laughable. If people are watching us and we're in this circus, it's actually beyond shocking. Chair, it's a vote. That's why it's called a vote 8. Because the minister has tabled a budget. Now that budget is being appropriated through votes. That's why we're going to vote for it, even in the House. It can't go and be voted in the House before it's being voted here in this committee. Chair,
It's fine,
Order,
Honorable.
Chair. My hand is...
No,
this is
no,
beyond
wait.
shocking.
No, wait. I'm not going to accept such remarks, Honorable Maute, in the meeting. What we should do now is to allow the Speaker and the STP to table, and the Chair of the NCOP to table their presentation before the committee. And the committee will deliberate on these matters and the way forward thereafter. Honorable Speaker and Chair of the NCOP.
I don't know what you mean, Chair, by saying you don't accept these comments. I don't know. I'm saying it's beyond shocking. What is wrong with that? The committee cannot go. The speaker is going to speak there on behalf of the committee. She's not leading
Point of
herself.
order, Chair.
She's
Point
leading
of
this
order now.
committee.
No, wait,
Honorable
Chair.
Chairperson,
No.
before I was
wait,
rudely...
Wait. No, honorable members, we can't do like this now. If the honorable member wants to speak the way she does, you cannot join her. You can't. If the honorable member wants to conduct herself the way she does, you cannot act in common purpose. You can't. I have made a ruling. I have called the speaker and the chair of the NCOP to make a presentation. If the honorable member wants to continue speaking, he can do so. But this time has been allocated to the honorable speaker and the honorable chair of the NCOP. It's how we're proceeding with this meeting. We can't behave like we're in the Kruger National Park. It's not going to happen like that. We are human beings. A human being is given an opportunity to speak, and when you have spoken, you listen to others. That's how we run proceedings. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chair of the NCOP, I have given you time to pass your remarks and lead us in the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Co-Chair Ndlovu and all the members in the platform. We just want to indicate, Chair, that in terms of the process that governs Parliament, we are required, as you would know, that we need to prepare a strategic plan, an annual performance plan that reflects the planning to deliver on the mandate of Parliament with specified performance targets. And that's why last week we actually dealt with an annual performance plan of the various quarters until the fourth quarter. So what the STP will be presenting now, it's our plan going forward 26-27. But as part of that work, Chairperson, our draft annual performance plan in terms of our governance is required to be tabled 10 months before the start of each financial year, and that has been done. The draft for that annual performance plan was actually presented by the STP to the Executive Authority in May 2025 and was tabled, therefore, to this committee in 2025 June. And that draft actually gives an indication of what, given the resources that we will receive, what are those areas that we will attend to in the upcoming financial year. That also follows the timelines in terms of the budget, which starts with the consultation that we also have to have with the Minister of Finance, and that was held in September 2025, where we actually reflected on what are the needs for Parliament in terms of financial resourcing. And the National Treasury is supposed to, which they've done, to give us an indicative budget allocation between November and December 2025. And as you know, that there was some delay last year in terms of the medium-term budget policy statements. Those final allocations were given in January, February 2026 this year. And the final budget as it was tabled by the minister. So as Parliament, what then we had to do was within the envelope that we receive, we will then allocate to the houses as well as the different divisions of Parliament, consistent with our draft annual performance plan, which this committee had received, and also in terms of the strategic priorities for the 7th Parliament 2025. So what I would ask, Chairperson, if you agree, after my colleague, the Chairperson of the NCOP has given her remarks, that the STP then takes us directly to the annual performance plan and the budget as we have allocated it for the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. May we proceed in that order?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I guess you are inviting my comments in this regards. Greeting to your good self and your co-chairperson, as well as the members of the committee. As the Speaker has outlined the process that the budget process has undergone, from my side, I don't have anything to say at this point in time, except to allow that we afford the STP an opportunity to present on behalf of Parliament. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. STP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, and good evening to you as co-chairs, and good evening to all the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee. We are presenting this as a collective statement as management of Parliament on behalf of the Executive Authority. We will reflect on two parts, Chairperson. Part A being the annual performance plan. And this plan talks to year 2 of the 5-year strategy that the 7th Parliament has adopted. And we would highlight what are the specific targets we will be executing this year, and also reflect on the resources that would be necessary to execute that task. And that will be the content of our summary presentation, Chairperson. Next slide. So in this area, the purpose will be to present this to apprise the committee on the budget 26-27 and the APP. And as indicated in the next slide, the section A, we would give highlights.
I don't know, Chairperson, I don't know whether it's only me. I don't see any slide in my gadget.
Okay. Cindy, on that side, are you not running the slides? My apologies, Chairperson. I thought, because I can see the slides myself, so I thought they are also running that side. My sincere apology.
The slide is running. We can be alerted if there is any member who is struggling.
Okay.
It's now available.
It's now available. I will go back with your permission, Chairperson, so that I start along all members.
You are allowed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. As I've indicated, the sections of the presentation would cover the annual performance plan and also cover the budget around the presentation. And under section A will show it reads as governance and legal framework. In terms of the subheading, is it showing to all of your members?
Secretary, we can see it now. We lost you for a second, but we are good now.
Thank you so much, Cindy. In terms of the governance framework, honorable members, Madam Speaker did highlight that we are required to prepare a strat plan 10 months ahead of the new financial year. And this is a culmination of the work that has started, which we presented in May and June, as indicated by Madam Speaker. And in terms of the annual performance plan targets, they reflect a continuation of the 5-year priorities that are outlined in Strategy 2025 to 2029. And honorable members may recall that in terms of the strat plan of Parliament, Parliament identified 4 areas that it needed to focus on to improve on oversight and also enhance legislative processes and public involvement. And thirdly, to improve public office appointment processes by creating necessary alignment and seamlessness of the processes. It also aimed to improve international engagement so that Parliament can assert its role to shape the global agenda and prove the monitoring of international agreements that are coming into our country. In terms of the program of Parliament, honorable members, that the budget will correspond to, is that we have program 1 under administration, whose outcome is to ensure that we improve performance and effectiveness through information, as well as culture optimization of performance of Parliament as an institution. Under that category, honorable members, we identified 4 areas. The first one is the ongoing work around improving the digital capability of Parliament. And we have sampled 3 areas that we want to implement: improving the online bill tracking, the tracking of bills, and also improve the digital service delivery by installing dashboards on areas of our work, but also online submission for nomination processes. This is just but few components of a bouquet of offering that we'll be doing as part of digital transformation. We would also look at deployment and operationalization of resolution monitoring and tracking system for House resolution, as well as international resolutions and agreement to track them. On the area of human capital strategy, we have now approved strategy of a human capital for the organization as presented in last week's meeting of the Joint Standing Committee. We would now be focusing on 100% implementation of those areas as identified around talent management, and also look at annual implementation of integrated security strategy initiatives for Parliament and develop facilities management strategy and implementation plan for Parliament. That talks to the facility management strategy and then deal with risk and business continuity. Under that category, implementation of prioritized annual principal risk mitigation strategy. So all of them, 5, respond to the intended outcome that we would like to achieve under that category. In the next slide, under program 2, honorable members, we have identified that consistent with the 5-year strategy, the increased responsiveness and accountability to strengthen oversight over the executive is the intended outcome. Under that category, we have identified 5 priorities that must be executed. The first one being executive responsiveness. The second one, accountability standards, oversight priority plan, the committee planning and budgeting framework, as well as statutory appointments and removal guidelines for institutions supporting democracy. Under each of those, we have targeted delivery areas. In terms of responsiveness of the executive around House resolutions, we will be producing quarterly reports to make sure that we track that. We will also have an accountability standard report for consideration by relevant governance structures of Parliament, but also on the oversight priority plan, we intend aiming to execute at least a minimum of 90% for identified committees, implementation reports that must be produced for each quarter. We will also do the implementation of committee planning and budgeting framework across identified areas, and then develop guidelines on ISD-related secretarial appointments and removal procedures and submit these to the Rules Committee. Those are just but sampled performance target underpinning these, honorable members, for both Program 1 and Program 2 will be detailed operational plans that support the actual execution of those areas. As we continue Program 2 in the next slide, again, under Outcome 3, we will then look at areas that speaks to public participation improvements, where we intend identifying the pain points that normally affect us around public participation to look at implementation on the priorities that are outlined in the Public Participation Improvement Plan of Parliament. Under sectoral parliaments, we intend implementing 2 sectoral parliament programs, and on the basis of those, present an annual report of those to the Executive Authority of Parliament. And under monitoring reports around sectoral parliament resolutions, we would look at 4 quarterly monitoring reports on the implementation of those to make sure that we keep track of resolutions of Parliament around specific areas on sectoral parliaments. As we continue on the 4th outcome under Program 2, we will also implement the member capacity building program, wherein we target to attain 70% of capacity building program for members, and thereafter deal with member capacity building strategy around annual integrated member capacity strategy initiatives around that. Those will be twinned programs around the annual member as well as member capacity. On the area of legislative impact assessment, we intend executing at least a minimum of 10 impact assessments on identified bills or acts that have already been passed, and produce quarterly reports of how they have been executed, and also how the bills that must go through Parliament intend achieving the desired outcomes, and monitor that for Parliament. So those are the 5 outcomes under that. So overall, honorable members, around those priorities, we would also be looking at a high level around the budget that is allocated around this, that responds also legislatively to the provision of Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislation Act that also require us to prepare a budget 10 months ahead of a financial year. In the next slide, honorable members, we are merely reflecting the budget formulation consultative framework for the organization, the timelines that we execute on consulting. And as you would see that even before the 10th month, we start the process as we start a new year, and we have done the same now in April 2026, that will guide the development of the 27-28 budget, which will run for this period. So we did all these engagements at different stages, presenting the draft to the Executive Authority in May, and the same draft was tabled with its APP by the Executive Authority in Parliament on the level of June. And then we presented same on the 9th of September to the Joint Standing Committee. This draft we're talking about now, it was presented at that committee on the 9th of September. Further from that, we also engage chairpersons of committees of both houses, the National Assembly, as well as the National Council of Provinces, around committee areas of priority they need. And thereafter, we presented to the Executive Committee of Parliament on the 20th of March, 28, as well as 6 May. Further engagements were held with the Executive Authority around certain areas that needed refinement and reconsideration and so on. Around the budget, what is available to be appropriated this year, honorable members, chairpersons, we have a budget for 26-27. The total budget that is available is a total of 6.376 billion rand to be appropriated, of which from the direct appropriation from the national budget of the country, we received an amount of 2.8 billion. In addition to that, we received direct charges for 502 million, and that total gave us 3.344 billion rand from the National Treasury. In addition to that, from our own revenue, as we do not hand over money back to the Treasury, those components reflect additional components of our budget that gives us additional areas to recommend. We are also convening an international conference of Commonwealth in September, and from the contributions for any member that hosts, we also receive commitment from CPA that they will allocate an amount of 8 million as a contribution for us to play the host. Donor funding is in respect of EU programs that have been running in Parliament. So it gave us a yield of about 357 million rand, totaling available money for operations to be 3.7 billion rand. In addition to that, we have received for the infrastructure rebuild program of Parliament for the old assembly and the new assembly. The total we received around that is 2.6 billion rand for us to complete this project this year. Hence, the total available is 6.3 billion rand. The next slide, honorable members, will then show how will this budget be appropriated in terms of the current financial year. At the level of administration, there are two components. There's operational one, then there's a rebuilding one. And then the total is 3.7 billion rand and allocated with legislative and oversight program of Parliament and the associated services. So it gives us the total split, as you could see on the pie chart, that the total for the transfers, 10%, and compensation of members and compensation of employees, as well as contribution to PARMED, as well as members' entitlement. That's the total split around that, and that gives us 42% available for the rebuilding fund of Parliament. When we go to the operations, as I've indicated, there will be 3.686 billion rand to be appropriated for the operations, excluding the rebuilding. And the split allocation of those is that for members as well as welfare of members, 41% of that of the total budget goes for member support program for members. And then core business receives 31% of the institutional budget. And support services, in terms of employees, goods and services, it takes 28% of that budget. And the Parliamentary Budget Office will receive 15.6 as part of transfers to an office established by Parliament. So this is the total split in terms of the summary as per pie chart. And when you will go further, if you include the rebuilding, the difference is just percentages. If we talk about the total budget now of 6.3 billion, that shows the relative comparisons of each when we include and when we exclude, the total being 6.3 billion. The next slide, honorable members, speaks to allocations to committees, in addition to what we allocate for legislation, as well as, lawmaking rather, public participation and oversight. Last financial year, members will recall that when we presented the budget in September, there was an allocation of about 180 million rand to committees. And this year, we are allocating an amount of 195 million rand, a modest increase of 9%. To support committees. And in terms of the allocation per each house, for the National Assembly committees, they will receive 3 million per committees. And the NCOP committees, taking into account the weight of responsibilities they have in clustered committees, their allocation is slightly adjusted to 3.5 per committee, representing a 17% increase. And we also have an allocation of what we call consolidated fund, where committees, should they run short or deplete their resources, that fund assists on a cross-cutting basis in each house, where the house chairpersons will then receive motivation. So for National Assembly, it's 30 million rand. and it remains consistent like last year. And then we have increased the one for NCOP, and that increase in terms of assisting in a number of weighty issues that those committees deal with, it represents now 100% increase from 7.5 that we had last year to 15 million. On the joint committees, we've allocated 1 million per committee on average, and that represents an amount of around 25% in terms of joint committees. And internal committees allocated 250 per committee, representing that percentage. And the ad hoc committee will be allocated 1 million, and that is consistent with the prior year. Next slide. We also have priority programs, and these priority programs largely are located within the National Council of Provinces, where in the prior year we allocated 979,000 for the local government week. And this year the proposal is to increase that to 4 million. And taking Parliament to the People was allocated 10 million in the prior year. It's now allocated 17 million. And the provincial week is allocated almost the same amount with a slight adjustment. The DDM 3 spheres was not allocated last year. A planning process of 3 spheres is now allocated a 4 million amount for this year, representing 31%, about 74% increase from what was allocated in the prior year. That's the summary of members around the allocation of the budget to be able to meet the execution of the key outcomes and priorities identified in the APP of 2026-2027. Thank you, Chairperson. That's the statement on behalf of the Executive Authority of Parliament.
Thank you so much, STP. Honorable Speaker or Honorable Chair of the NCOP, anything to say before you go to deliberations?
I'm covered, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair of the NCOP. Okay, can I check first? Do we have questions for clarity before we go to discussions? Can I see hands that seek to ask questions for clarity? I see 1, 2, Honorable Dagmo, Honorable Van Rooyen, and Honorable Badenhorst. Can we start, Honorable Dagmo?
Chairperson, Co-Chair, thanks very much. Now, the question of clarity relates to the presentation and also the earlier remarks by Honorable Maotwe, who in fact almost insulted the committee by implying that this process is governed by the money bills legislation. I think this is a problem when we have a situation where members don't attend consistently, haven't been to the earlier briefings, which explain that the Parliament's budget is governed by the Financial Management of Parliament and Legislatures Act. It is not a normal departmental budget. It's a sphere of government. But the honourable member came here, and this is what I want clarified, because we're aware that when the report of the Joint Standing Committee on the draft 26-27 Annual Performance Plan, 14 October 2024, that report was adopted. It is up to us, and this is what I want to clarify. There are recommendations at the end of this report, and this is the clarity. I've also got a few comments on the budget, on the presentation itself. We have a presentation, and the recommendation is there. But I want to appeal for clarity on this matter, and also raise a concern that a member of parliament, in fact a national office bearer of the EFF, doesn't know in this committee which legislation actually guides the work of this budget. I think it's shocking, and I want to record that.
I'm going to rule you out of order because I have you are now in discussions already. I will give you time when we come to state that point. For now, let's raise matters for clarity. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Chair, please recognize my hand as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by welcoming the presentation, mate. Chair, I'm focusing on the allocation on the local government week, which has realized an increase of more than 300%, but also the taking parliament to the people increase. Can there be clarity around the justification of, more especially on this one, of this a quantum leap of this particular increase? What is driving this increase? Maybe we can get a breakdown of the causal factors of such an increase. And on facility management, I just wanted to check if the current provision accommodate the mooted transfer of parliament facilities to parliament by public works, or is still a work in progress. I think for that, I'm not discussing. I just wanted clarity on those 3 areas. But also, I realized that it seems as if this year allocation seems to have decreased a bit. I'm not sure what's the impact of this declining trajectory. Which of the programs are adversely affected by this declining? Thank you. Those are the few clarity questions before we discuss. Thank you.
Honorable Baden-Horst, and then Honorable Maut.
Chair, thank you. I don't want to get into the meat of the presentation now. I just want to, as per your direction, get clarification on something, please. So point number 2 on the slide that we've got at the moment says take cognizance of the draft 2026-27 budget appropriated by the executive authority. So I just want to make double sure who appropriates the budget, because Section 18 of the Financial Management of Parliament Act says that Parliament the budget is appropriated by Parliament, and now we're saying the budget is appropriated by the executive authority. So which one is it? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maut.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are going to the House on Thursday to vote on the budget of Parliament, which is vote 2. We have to have the report adopted. Some of the members who are saying the opposite here today, they adopted the report of last year on the 10th of July. If they go to PMG, they'll find it. I've actually posted it on the group. So I don't know what is this debate about. Parliament on Thursday is going to vote. And if you are, Chair, when you're in a committee, after the presentation like the ES presented now, at the bottom, there's a conclusion that will say the committee then, following the deliberations, resolved on adopting the report. before it goes to the House. When it gets to the House, it gets voted by everybody. I understand that the voting will not be on Thursday. On Thursday, the Speaker, on behalf of this committee, is going to present that report, and it's going to be voted later on when we vote for all the votes. But it can't be that it gets voted in the House. It's just pure common logic and common sense. But I want the colleagues to go to 10 July 2025 and see there. You were chairing that meeting, Honorable Khanyan. I've also sent you on the WhatsApp group, and you're not reading. Let's just do the right thing. We're appealing to you. We made this, we make these appeals genuinely, Chair, without wanting to sound like we're grandstanding or anything. Let's just follow the rules of budgeting. It's not true that you could have voted last year for this year's budget. It doesn't work. That's our input, Chair. We can be called names, and we've got thick skins. We don't care about those things, but we just care about the process. That logic tells you when the Speaker finishes speaking there on behalf of us on Thursday, she's going to say her concluding statement would be the committee therefore recommend that this be adopted. And the chief whip will say the same, that we recommend that this, and we are going to vote, obviously not Thursday, when the program for voting comes. But let's just do the right thing. We're appealing to you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have given you an opportunity to ask questions relating to the presentation that the Office of the Speaker and the Chair of the NCOP led to this meeting. So, STP, let's respond to the questions that Honorable Van Rooyen has raised. And then from there, if there are no issues, we will then discuss the process from here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those allocations will reflect an increase, and it's based on the priority programs of the House. That takes into account that in prior year, there would have been an event that required more allocations in terms of what actually happens during the execution. So it's largely speaking to that in terms of the engagements. So that's how we are allocating the increase. For instance, we had a session in Northwest recently, and we had to allocate an amount of 19 million rand. And that's one event that takes place the whole week. So if we were to again allocate 10 million this year, in the face of knowing that it costs more, that would also constitute an under-allocation. So applies also to local government week as an event that requires significant amount of resources to undertake. So we take into account, Chairperson, what has been expenditure activities in prior year, and on subsequent years make the necessary adjustment. The DDM was not allocated as indicated. It now shows an allocation of the amount. That's the area that we are indicated around that. I'm not sure if I missed another question around this. The transfer of facilities from Public Works to Parliament, the plan around that. I think the head of institutions supporting Parliament in terms of institutional support services, I'm aware that they are involved in an engagement on a subcommittee that has been established under member support, where there's been deliberations that as we go forward, Parliament must consider that the facilities that are currently under Public Works be transferred under that. So I'm not sure whether Simon may want to reflect the work that needs to be undertaken first before that actually take place. Maybe he can add around that. Thank you so much. And on the issue of the budget, what is the status of what we are presenting here? I'll ask the head of legal to clarify the issue of appropriation and passing of budget. Through you, Chairperson.
Through you, Chair, if you'd agree with me,
Yes,
on the
Honorable
issue
Speaker.
raised by Honorable Badenhorst, I think it was more the question as to who appropriates. He's correct. It is Parliament that makes an appropriation. What the executive authorities do is, after the ballpark figure has been given by the minister, is to do the allocations, which is what we are presenting to you today. And once we recommend it to the House and the House votes, that's when the appropriation happens. I think that does clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. May we please move to discussions now. The reports have been tabled, questions for clarity have been asked, unless if there are follow-up questions. I'm not seeing hands for follow-up questions. I'm now going to, okay, there is a...
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, and Chairperson of the NCOP and STP. The STP requested me, Chair, this is Simon, to elaborate.
Okay, Mr. Mashiro.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question from Honorable Van Rooyen was specifically relating to whether the budget that is presented has taken into consideration the mooted transfer of functions. And Chair, I confirm that the budget that is presented does not take that into consideration. The process first has to take the legislative amendment, which the other committee is dealing with in respect of the villages. But if further one has to look at going beyond that legislative process, there's also a facilities management strategy that has to be put into place, and the user asset management plan, of which those two documents will outline what budget requirements will be for Parliament, and Treasury will consider those as part of the statutory documents before any decision is made in terms of appropriation of funds. So we are still far from even talking about the allocation of the budget in respect of taking over of the functions. There's that legislative process that has to unfold, and it will be followed by the strategy and the user asset management plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashiro. The head of legal of Parliament, Mr. Jenkins, your hand is up.
Yes.
I'm going to allow you to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I just had to check my system. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable Co-Chairs, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, Secretary of Parliament, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Just to clarify that the process tonight is in fact in terms of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act Section 17, which requires the executive authority to table the budget, draft strategic plan, annual performance plans, and the draft budgets and so forth. But it's not a requirement for the committee to approve this budget or to report on it. The Speaker and the Chairperson as executive authority is also not members of this committee. In fact, they are accountable to this committee. So it's not a committee report, as I understand it, and as I understand the Financial Management of Parliament Act that is being debated on Thursday. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to request you, Mr. Jenkins, to reorganize your facts once we have gone through discussions to enlighten us on what becomes the way forward. Because, okay, let me make this point when we are there. For now, I was checking if the honorable members want to have discussions on the questions have been asked, questions have been clarified. Honorable Van Rooyen, your hand is up. Is that a follow-up, or you want to go to discussions? Or is it a legacy hand?
No, Chair, it's not a legacy end. You know, the explanation given by Advocate Jenkins generates a question before even I discuss, because it left me hanging somehow. I'm not sure if you are going to allow me to pose the question, because where I'm seated now, I really don't understand what is the advice to the committee.
Yeah, that is basically why I said, let's go into the discussions of the report or the presentation as made here, and then from there we will invite Advocate Jenkins to take us through the way forward. Because I want to separate the items. There is an item that relates to the content, which is a substantive item on the report that has been presented here. Number two, there is a process item. Now that the report has been presented before the committee asks questions, deliberated on it, and agrees to it or dismisses it. What becomes the way forward? Can we go to discussions? Honorable Van Rooyen.
Okay, Chair. Maybe let me get to discussions. I will just, for the sake of time, I'll wait for that moment for Advocate Jenkins to clarify. Because remember, Chair, we can't treat the situation as if it's a new situation to us. No, this committee has been in operation for many years, and there are precedents that need to be adhered to. But I'll wait for that advice of Advocate Jenkins. But for now, on points of the discussion, Chair, I think it's important, Chair, that the increases that are cited in 5.1 and the slides on 5.1 must be dissected appropriately, and it will empower us as public representatives to know what is it that we are expected to approve, because those increases are quite substantial. And I don't want to come to what is this, maybe assertions that are not factually driven. Because one can easily say, if you speak of taking parliament to the people as an example, you should be knowing how many of those in the financial year, how many of those activities are going to be undertaken, and what are the costs associated to those activities. We have been doing these programs as Parliament for many years. So that breakdown shouldn't be a problem, and that's what I'm requesting, that it should be provided, so as we know exactly. That's 5.1. The slides 5.1. If we can go to that slide, it will help. 1. Can we go to 5.1, Chair? Yes, Chair. You see, say local government week, a quantum leap of 309%. Taking parliament to the people, 68%. 7%. And we have that one on the DDM stroke 3 spheres. An increase of, an allocation of 4 billion. What is going on here? I don't want to come to wrong conclusion. I know it's local government election year, but I don't want to easily come to a conclusion that will sound otherwise. I just want a clear breakdown of what constitutes this allocation. The STP was very generic in his response to say it's justified by a previous experience. I think let's just from an oversight and accountability point of view, let's give details of these increases, Chair. That will help a lot, because from where I can't, difficult to just substantial increases. Thank you.
Okay. Then you appear to have been the only hand. The other hand I see is the hand of Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Badenhorst, you are on the platform.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Chair, from my point of view, the document doesn't substantiate the budget into its specific offices and the related cost components to those offices. So, I'm not really sure what the committee is actually approving here. What we need is a line-by-line expenditure type of document to understand the actual budget. I think we've asked for this in the past, but we never seem to get there. Then secondly, what is the compensation shortfall between the allocation from National Treasury and the actual cost of employment of Parliament? And how is that shortfall going to be funded? And then the administration appears to request excess rebuild funds to fund the budget of Parliament with interest earned from retained funds. So if we can just have an explanation around that, would be useful. Then I think Parliament intends to produce 4 quarterly reports on executive responsiveness to House resolutions, but where's the evidence that the departments face any consequences for ignoring parliamentary resolutions? So is Parliament measuring responsiveness merely to compile statistics, or is there an enforcement mechanism that somehow gives some oversight real teeth? Then, and I've just partaken in taking Parliament to the people in the Northwest 2 weeks ago. It increases by 67% to over 17 million rand. But let me tell you, I was there in Northwest and I took part the whole week. Public trust in Parliament has declined a lot. So what measurable outcomes demonstrate that these expensive type of outreach programs actually improve accountability or legislative participation, rather than becoming just a highly funded type of political roadshow? Because that to me was the feeling I got in the Northwest. And then Parliament speaks about digital transformation and automated systems, including online bill tracking and resolution monitoring. But year after year, members struggle with delayed responses. There's fragmented information systems. There's administrative inefficiencies. If I had to go and put in a claim now for traveling from point A to point B, it will have to be on a piece of paper to a secretary, and let's hope that they can read my handwriting. And we live in a digital age, and Parliament can't even get the basics of digitization correct. Then the APP targets 90% implementation of oversight priority plans. So why is Parliament not aiming for 100% implementation on oversight? Given that oversight is a constitutional obligation of Parliament, that's the reason why we exist. It's not a discretionary type of performance indicator. So why 90%? Why not 100%? And then the internal committees, my last question, Chair, the internal committees receive a 400% increase in allocation while provincial week funding decreases. So how does Parliament justify increasing spending on internal structures while reducing resources for direct provincial oversight where service delivery failures are actually occurring? Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Khadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Co-Chairperson, about the presentation. I just want to lash in on the slide that one which deals with priority programs, in particular concerning the NCOP. I can say without fear or favor that that program of taking Parliament to the people, was an eye-opener. Also, at the same time, it was successful because it was the way it is approached. It's very critical that before even the area is identified, the researchers will go on the ground, interact with the various government departments, with the various municipalities, come and make a report and report back to the state, to the NCOP. And then from moving forward again, we go back on the day. For example, we went to Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district and Matrosana municipality, whereby the entire district was turned upside down, where the people had the chance to speak, to add their views. And then from what has happened out of that is that a lot of interventions which were successfully done. I'll just make an example here, Chair, is that when the president was making his closing remarks, he was actually able to pinpoint that, for example, an old lady who was not having a house for quite some time, who didn't have electricity, there was an intervention. It was done. And then, but the issue of the funding, as Honorable Van Ryan is raising it, it's correct that he's raising it, but it's because of the previous year it was not there. Also, as the STP has justified it and saying that that cost was around 90 million. But I'm not the executive authority. But I think that the administration of Parliament will be able to explain that because the logistics which involved are very important. Even this taking Parliament to the people, it was now given only to the reserve of the NCOP. Before, it was also done by the NA. When the former speaker was Mr. Sisulu, taking Parliament to the people was taken to Bloemfontein, whereby the city of Bloemfontein was turned upside down. And then there was a marked where Parliament was able to zoom in to the challenges which are faced by the people on the ground. I think that from the various groups which went there, actually the people are very happy to see Parliament. They said that no, for so many years, we had experienced these problems. And then we had the mayor here, you had the province there, you had the national departments there, so that they unclog this blockage of the services there. But I think that this type of programs actually is going to enhance the image of government and Parliament to the people, because it was the Parliament which was interacting with the people on the ground. They were able to see their public representatives. I can say just without also fear of fair, that for the 4 days, we had more than 2,700 people who were there at the venue, robustly engaging with the issues, because they were public hearings. Those were the 3 days of public hearings, and then the last day was the president coming and close, and then there was also a debate from the side of the NCOP members so that they express what they discovered on the ground. Well, as I said, Chair, is that there was a roaring welcome when coming to the issue of taking Parliament to the people. That's why even other people suggested that we cannot even only have this taking Parliament to the people once a year. actually that if you have taken it to one province, you must ensure that within the very cycle of 1 year, it must go to 2 provinces. But it's not possible because of the fiscal constraints that we're facing. So again, I think that when you go to the issue of the committees, just like the Senate committee of the Senate committees and that one and the NA portfolio committees, the Senate committees were having allocated an extra allocation by 500,000 each, and the consolidation fund was increased because the type of work which we did, actually basically all the committees, the only committees which didn't go prior to taking Parliament to the people was the Senate Committee on Finance and Senate Committee on Finance and the Senate Committee on Appropriation. But when coming to deal with this issue of illegal mining, the issue of intervention, so there, it was extraordinary. So I think that these programs are justifiable. As the STP has said that amount of 17 million is actually an under amount. Actually, in moving forward next year, it is going to be more than that. It's going to be more than that, but it is a justifiable program. Without further ado, Chair. Jeremy.
Thank you so much, Honorable Van Rooyen. I can see your hand is still up.
Yeah, Chair. On a lighter note, Honorable Khaled said when Parliament was taken to our people in Bloemfontein, they turned that municipality ups and down. I'm not sure, but I think he want to say they fixed many problems in that municipality. Because if it's really turning it ups and down, maybe that's where the problem is. Hence, as we speak today, Bloemfontein is on fire. Our people in Mangaung are protesting. Maybe it's because that ups and down was not reversed appropriately. Because it seems as if Mangaung is not, for many years, in fact, Mangaung municipality is not getting it right. Even after taking Parliament to the people that he's referring to. My point, Chair, is on the committee. I know touched on that. I forget that point, in fact, earlier on. In our discussions last year, we were debating about what informed the allocation to various committees of Parliament. Because, as you can see, it's still a uniform allocation to all committees. And this doesn't take into consideration the severity of assignment given to respective committees. And now we see this increase. And I think in our discussion last year, we somehow agreed, I'm not, if my memory serves me well, we somehow agreed that there should be justification of this allocation. And one of the stick that we'll be using as a barometer for justification will be how committees utilize their allocation in the previous financial year. I'm not sure if that particular analysis was used to justify the same approach that we are seeing this financial year. And I think it will be important, Chair, because the root of the matter is that if you look into the workload of each of various committees of Parliament, to a large extent, the workload is not the same. And I'm very sure that even if we can dig deep into how committees utilize their allocation in the previous financial year, that will be clearly demonstrable, and I think that analysis is important, Chair. So as those committees that have more workload on their shoulders are biasly given allocations, Chair. I think that's very, very important. But I'm not sure at what stage we'll be ready to do that particular informed, what you call, determination and allocate according to the workload of each committee of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Van Rooyen. I think you were the last honorable member to engage on this item. STP, can I check if there is any other matter you want to clarify or comments that you may want to make?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to request my colleague in the NCOP, Advocate Pindela, to outline some of those priorities that are highlighted in the programs of the NCOP. Maybe there's a much more nuanced detail there. And then secondly, the CFO will respond on the issue of the appropriated amount from National Treasury and what is the difference and how do we fund that. We indeed receive annually a lesser amount from National Treasury. And the first slide I presented did indicate the sustained reduction of our budget. Members will recall that when we presented in September last year, we presented a detailed cumulative decline of parliamentary budget. I think at that time we said over the periods, it went up to 1.1 billion every year. There's an amount of reduction. Even as we speak, our shortfall is more than 600 million for our budget. So what it forces us, even on head count we have, Treasury would allocate less on head count that exists, and then we are forced to make adjustments to our budget. He will just make mention of the amount of what we received and what was the difference. And Advocate Pindela will speak to that detail. On the issue of the target of 90%, Honorable Paternost, indeed, we have targeted 90%. In the prior year, 25-26, our target was 70%. We have now increased to 90%. And the reason we can't put 100 is two factors. It's budget realities that divisions, as they execute, the more we have fund declines, we have to make do with what we have. And realistically, when we plan, then we look at targets. That's the first reason around that 90%. It's a growth from 70 to 90. The second part is acknowledging the reality of parliamentary program, because committees have to perform that. And then we balance that with the reality that in a congested program of parliament, we've got to be realistic about what we can target to be achieved around that area. So that incremental targeting is informed by that Honorable Paternost on the matter. Lastly, Chairperson, on the area of the detailed breakdown per divisions, yes, we do have that detailed, Honorable Paternost. We will make it available immediately to Cindy to circulate to all committees as we speak. For purpose of presentation, we dealt with the divisional allocation and the economic classification, but not the elementary part. And we do have that, and we can make it available immediately. And we will send it as we speak. Thank you so much. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, STP, and thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chairs. In relation to the underfunding of the request that we sent through to National Treasury for the compensation of employees for field positions, we had requested 1.299 billion. In fact, the allocation from Treasury, pardon me, was 1.299 billion against a request of 1.404 billion, resulting in a shortfall of 104 million. Similarly, including even a similar example like for PAMED, for instance, we had requested 103.7 million, and then there was a reduction in terms of the allocation of about 74 million, resulting in a shortfall of about 29 million. How do we fund these? We utilize the goods and services allocation. The overall goods and services request was 897 million, of which we then got in an allocation from National Treasury of 772 million, resulting in 125 million. Now, the shortfalls in the various other components which are committed, we cannot do without. It's up on the goods and services budget overall, because then we prioritize what has been committed and then reallocate from the goods and services, thereby reducing the impact that from the goods and services we could fund. That's the funding mechanism that we're implementing at this stage, pending obviously the finalization of the work on the funding model that is currently ongoing. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Advocate Pindela.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the Speaker and the Chairperson, as well as honourable members and colleagues. I think, Chair, insofar as the programs of the National Council of Provinces are concerned, Honourable Khatebe has adequately covered all the matters. I must indicate that these are not new programs. These are programs that have been running for a very long time in the National Council of Provinces. Why the increase insofar as the local government week is concerned? The local government week used to be a discussion in the precinct of Parliament, but the current leadership has taken a decision that it should also be a program that extends the facilitation of public involvement in the processes and proceedings of the National Council of Provinces. And therefore, it's no longer just a discussion in the precincts where we have a local government representatives, the national representatives, as well as the provincial representatives. But it's now a program that also extends to facilitation of public involvement as well as oversight. If one takes, for instance, the local government week that we had in the Western Cape, it took the form of the discussions in the precincts, as well as oversight to the sites in the Western Cape province. So the provincial, the current leadership has taken that decision that it should extend or it should take the format of being an oversight program. Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Let me check if I still have a hand, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's a question that was raised by Honourable Van Rooyen in respect of the committee's allocation. Indeed, he's correct to say last year we indicated that the 3 million was not necessarily based on actual planning of committees, because before committees did plan, but they did not really have an appreciation of how much resources are available per committee. So our assessment in terms of the performance, I think the 3 million allocation has enabled committees to plan accordingly in terms of, what their activities will be on an annual basis. But if one look at how much of that has been spent, there are varying, degrees of spending per committee, which already start to show us which are the committees which really would have more need for resources. And that's why the consolidated fund will actually cater and assist that. And I'm sure in the following year will be clear in terms of how we fund the committees instead of a blanket approach. With respect to the increase on the NCOP, the appreciation was that if you look at the size of the select committees and the number of sectors that they have to oversee, they've got more, even though in terms of the numbers they may be small, but you'll find that one select committee has to oversee, for instance, 4 ministries. And in that respect, that's why there was a slight adjustment upwards. But I also want to say there is an issue which I think we'll have to follow up as the committee, which was suggested by Honorable Des van Rooyen last year, that we need to have a budget forum so that we can have enough time in these 10 months to really look at our budget and also what underpins the shifts upwards or downwards that we're making. And I hope the committee, through you, co-chairs, you will really ensure that that budget forum is set up so that it can indeed assist the committee as well as the executive authorities to investigate our budget thoroughly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. We have come to the end of the discussions on this item. Can I check, honorable members, is there any one of you moving for the adoption of the report with the inputs that have been made here?
Chair, it's Khatebe. I move for the adoption of the report.
Honorable Cameron.
Yes, Chair, I would also like to move for the adoption of the report and also that the committee notes the adoption of the report last year on the annual performance plan. Because in effect, and we note that the committee has adopted the report of last year. Thanks.
Okay. Advocate Jenkins, can you now come in on the process?
Chair.
Hello, Honorable Maute.
Yes, I thought you would check if there are any parties who wish to speak otherwise. In that note, I'm requesting you to note the objection of the EFF. Thank you.
Yeah, no, let's do it formally. Are the members who want to raise their objections? Honorable Maute.
Thank you, Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF.
Okay. Honorable van Rooyen, your hand is up.
Chair, maybe let me, because I thought you'll allow, before this process, you allow the legal brain to come in, but it's fine. You seem to have made a different determination. I will reserve my position for now, the party's position for now. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm inviting him to advise us on the process forward, because I can hear that there are different interpretations.
I thought maybe you are going to do that before you ask for us supporting or not supporting the report. But it's okay, Chair. I reserve MK party's position.
No, there is no problem, Honorable Fa. If there is anything that you may want to say after he has spoken, you will be given that opportunity. Advocate Jenkins.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members. Chair, maybe just to expand a bit what I said earlier, I looked at the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Now, the process, what is happening in the committee is a reflection of what is in the Act. Namely, it's an oversight exercise. When we look at Section 4 of the Act, it sets out the functions of the oversight mechanism. And when we look at section, and those functions I can go through, but I'm sure members are quite familiar with it. It's considering instructions and considering the annual report and so forth. When we get to section 17 of the Act, there's a specific function there for this committee, which is to look at the draft budget, but that's prior to the presentation to National Treasury. So what I said earlier, maybe it becomes a bit more clearer. because what we are moving towards is the approval of the appropriation of Parliament's budget in terms of Section 18. And that process is where the executive authority presents the budget to Parliament for adoption. It's not a committee report, so it's not this report which is then presented by the executive authority to Parliament for adoption. And that's the point I was trying to make. The process within this committee, like with other committees, is of course within the power of the committees, subject to what the Constitution and this legislation says. So nothing prevents this committee to adopt a report and to submit it to the House. The primary function, chairperson of this co-chairpersons, my apology, for this committee is of course oversight over the budget. So in that regard, it has a few interventions in the budgetary process and critical and fundamental functions to fulfill when it comes to the oversight, when we're looking at the annual report and the audited financial statements. So that is the point I was trying to make earlier, Chairperson. You also reflected on a way forward. Chair, I think I've covered that in a way to say that this committee is free to make a report, to present it to the houses, but it's a different function than the adoption and the appropriation of Parliament's budget that is happening in terms of Section 18. That's the point I was trying to make, because the Act itself doesn't spell out a function in Section 18 for the Oversight Committee, for this joint committee. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Jenkins, do we understand you?
Chair, Luana, you are a problem. Chair, you are following the process. Why do you want to confuse yourself? Chair, you know that it's not done. You can't adopt a budget last year, which is the budget of this year. Like, the budget was tabled by the Minister of Finance on the 25th of February 2026. That's why all departments, all are engaging in this process that they're engaging on. This is not a special case with Parliament. Parliament and the judiciary, we agree that they are separate arms of the state. And it's a mixed masala, this thing, that you are now asking another arm to actually fund us. But Oksalayo, judiciary, legislature, we all get our budget from the minister. So I don't know why you are confusing yourself, Chair. You follow the process. It was tabled. Colleagues adopted. We objected. So case is closed. What more do you want from this process now, Chair? Let's move, please. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Dagmo.
Yes, Chair. I think it was moved before, to accept the presentation, to welcome the presentation, to accept it, and to thank the executive authority for the presentation of the budget. My point was simply that the committee should also note that we previously adopted the APP last year, but for this particular presentation, to thank the executive authority for the presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much, honorable members. We have come to the end of the discussions. Can I check with the secretariat when we have the report ready?
Chairperson, we've adopted our report on the draft budget last year, but if the committee wants a supplementary report, then before the budget vote on Thursday, then it will have to be ready for you tomorrow.
Okay. So the report will be ready tomorrow.
Yes, if you want to report, it must be ready tomorrow so it can be in the ATC on Thursday morning. So perhaps we can meet in the evening again, and I will endeavor to have the report ready for you by the afternoon, by 2 o'clock at the latest.
Okay. So the committee must meet tomorrow evening in the absence of the Honorable Speaker and the Chair to adopt the report.
It will be yes, it will be a committee business meeting, yes, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is it, honorable members. Can we move to the next? Okay, Honorable Khade.
No, thank you, Chairperson, man. I like to appreciate the input of Honorable Van Rijn. When you said that the Mangaung is upside down, people are protesting. I just wanted to remind him that around 2005, the economy was growing at more than 5%. And then after 2009, it started to decline. So it shows that the issue of governance is not static. So they just remind him again that the rating agencies during that time were also able to rate Mangaung actually more than the country. They were better off. So the issue of taking parliament to the people is a very effective tool in public participation. By thanking Meneer Van Rijn.
Is the matter in the minutes?
No. It cannot be in the minutes. It cannot be in the minutes because on the lighter note on his side. It's also on the lighter note on my side.
You want me to accord him the right of response?
He has adopted it last year, Chair. Thank you.
This leader is very distracting.
No. Honorable Maut, we have agreed that we are meeting again tomorrow evening. The secretary will communicate the time of the meeting. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of the NCOP and the STP for the report or the presentation that has been made before the committee. The presentation has been accepted by the meeting. We can now move to the next item. Before we go there, the hand of Honorable Dagmo is up.
Apologies and thank you, Chair. Chair, I was just wondering at this point in time whether we still require the presence of our executive authorities. I'm just raising the point and asking for a ruling because, in essence, we're dealing now with, our own program, the minutes, etc. I'm just raising it, whether we still require their presence.
What is your view? If there are matters arising from the minutes and there are issues that come from the minutes in their absence, who is going to respond to those issues?
Yes, sorry, Chair. No, I take that point. I do take that point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think because there is a matter which has been raised here, or a matter which we have been alerted to that it may appear on matters arising. Under normal circumstances, we should be releasing them. But it may be important that where we run short of answers, when you deal with a matter like this one, you need to be well-rounded in terms of your facts, so that we do not deal with it arbitrarily. And I can tell you, in the absence of the speaker, we may not do justice to certain questions that may be asked. So I'm going to humbly request them to stay until we are sure that there are no matters arising from the minutes, or there are matters arising from the minutes. Yeah. Cindy, can you take us through the minutes? Honorable Van Rooyen, is your hand up or is it a legacy hand?
No, Chair, I just wanted to make sure if we will still be having Advocate Jenkins on board, because there might be an issue that need legal advice.
Yeah, that is basically why when I say we request the speaker, I mean together with the delegation from administration that both herself and the chair of the NCOP are leading.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Ndlovu, are you in the meeting?
I'm here, Chair.
May you please preside over the presentation of the minutes.
Thank you. Cindy, can you please flag the minutes of the 4th? Do we have?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Good evening, honorable members. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the STP, and the officials present, honorable members from the NCOP and the National Assembly, good evening. And the co-chair in particular, thanks very much for steering the ship up to now. We're now going to deal with the minutes starting from the 13th, yes, 13th February, then we'll go to the 4th of March. Then we go to page 1.
Page 2.
Page 2. Page 3.
Page 4.
Page 4. This minutes was dealing with the readiness of the dome for use by Parliament. Cindy?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we're on page 6 now.
Page 6, yes.
Page 6.
Page 7.
Page 7.
Page 8.
Honorable Mayor, I see the hand of Honorable Holland, Mayor.
Sorry, Chair, and I'm so sorry to interrupt as you are doing the minutes. Chair, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 45 officials, administration officials that are online at the moment. If they can be released, because they are not part of the minutes. Sorry to interrupt you. I just noticed that.
I thought the chairperson had ruled on that, Mayor, to say,
Co-chair, we have made a ruling on that.
Yes.
Honorable May, we said that we may not have to release them because there may be issues. There may be matters arising from the minutes which are administration related, and we may find ourselves inadequately positioned to provide comprehensive responses.
Page 8.
Page 8, page 9. Page 10. Page 11.
Page 11. Page 12.
Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. And page 17. These are the minutes of the 30th of February, Chair.
Is there any correction from any member? Then if not, can we move for the adoption of the minutes dated the 13th February? Can we move for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable members? Honorable Fanny? Honorable Dakmo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm moving for the adoption of the minutes as presented, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Fanny move, Honorable Dakmo?
Yes, I'd like to second that. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we now go to the minutes of the 4th?
Minutes of the 4th, Chair?
Yes, we are done. We have adopted the minutes of the 30th. Can we now go to the minutes of the 4th of March?
Yes, can you see them on the screen now?
No, I don't see. Can we go to the page 1? It must indicate the briefing on the remuneration.
Okay. Yes, on my side, I've got the minutes of the 4th. Can you see them, Chair?
I'm not sure if it's me or all the members.
Okay, let me stop and let me share again.
Yeah, because I don't see it. I only see the attendance.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay, apologies for that. This is
page 1.
Page 1. Page 2.
Honorable Dakmo?
3.
Cindy?
Yes, Chair?
There is a hand of Honorable Dakmo and...
Excuse me, Co-Chair. It was a legacy hand.
Okay. Page 3?
Page 3, page 4.
Page 4.
Page 5. The areas that are underlined, Chair, are areas that I edited after I first distributed them. So it's not a new set. This is the sets you also received. Page 5, page 6.
Page 6.
Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. And page 19.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Can I get the mover and for the adoption of the minutes of the 4th of March?
Chairperson, this is Khatebe. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Khatebe move. Honorable Mayor, Honorable Fanny.
Chairperson, I move, I second the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Fanny.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm covered, Chair. I was going to second the minute.
Okay. I hope the agenda here any opposing view. Honorable Dakmo.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Given that the minutes have now been adopted, and in the minutes which we've adopted, one, for instance, notices that item 3.2.51 that where members raise, and under the headline of resolution, that the matter be put to rest, and then also the decisions in regard to 32.56. You see that's resolution. If we can just go up there, where that particular point is made, that the matter be put to rest, and then there's a list of 8 decisions towards the end, which includes the fact that the committee agreed to accept the Auditor General's report, and if you, yeah, so I'm basically want to move, given that we've adopted the minutes, and the minutes reflect what they reflect, that I would, yeah.
You have the minutes has been adopted.
Yes, I'd like to put the matter arising from that, from the adoption of the minutes.
Okay.
Maybe the members should wait for the matters arising to be called before we
okay. If they haven't been called yet, I'll wait for that matter, but I do have a matter arising, and I believe I'm the first person who's raised the request to speak under matters of rising when we get there.
Is there objection?
Yes, Chair, that's why my hand has been up. I'm waiting for the matters arising part of this discussion.
Okay, so you are also waiting for matter. Okay, so there is no objection on the minutes presented. Thank you very much.
There is an objection, Chair. That my objection will come in under matters arising.
No.
So I object to the minutes as they are presented, Chair, and my objection will come under matters arising.
You are objecting the minutes as being presented.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. There is an objection of the minutes by Honorable Darkmore. Sorry, my apologies. Honorable Badenhorst is objecting the minutes. And then which part are you objecting?
Chair, I'm objecting on specifically 3.2.5 point, and the numbering is not clear there. 3.2.57.
3.2.57. 3.2.57.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's very clear there.
I hope you are not raising matters arising. You are putting your position, because you are saying you are objecting what is being written. Because
Chair,
you are, yes.
Are you going to allow me to speak, or shall I wait for you to finish?
No, allow me to finish. What I'm saying is, when you are saying matter we are objecting. You are saying you are objecting this clause. Obviously, it's not what transpired. Because when you are saying the move, you're saying you move if the minutes are the true reflection of what transpired. So now you are saying on the 3.2.57 is not what transpired. So you must give us your version in terms of this. Why are you
Chair,
saying?
what I'm alluding to, if you'll give me an opportunity, Chair, is the actions that followed from this minutes, this point in the minutes.
Okay.
And that's what I'm objecting to.
All right.
So if you'll allow me to...
You are not objecting the 3.2.7. You are objecting the action after this.
Yes, I'm objecting on the actions taken in contravention of the Speaker's instructions.
Okay, that is not objection, unfortunately, because we are raising something that transpired after. The Speaker is the one who should have a concern on what has been written. Honorable Speaker.
Chair. Chair.
Honorable Speaker. You come in.
Thank you, Chair.
My hand, Chair.
Yes, I know you.
Okay.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make clarity on 3257. Remember that in the discussion, the EAs were asked to make a statement, and also the co-chairs were asked to make a statement on behalf of the committee. What I said was, given that other members in the committee had said they did not receive the reports on time, and there was agreement that some of those reports need to be redacted and people can go and read them in the secretary's office. I then said it would be premature for the EAs, and I think that's what it's lacking there, to issue a media statement. So I just wanted to put clarity on that because it was very specific as to why we said, as the EAs, we cannot make a statement on that matter.
Okay.
So it's basically a correction, yes.
Chair, if I may, so if I'm getting it correct, the speaker now wants to change the
Button
wording
was-
after it's been
Honourable Button
adopted.
was-
But we've just adopted these minutes. How can you change the wording now?
Honourable
We
Button
cannot
was-
now change. I'm sorry, Chair, but this is irregular. We cannot change wording of minutes as per Honourable Doug Moore. This has been adopted, and we cannot now go and change wording.
Honourable Badenhorst, what I think there are hands that has been raised on the visual platform. There is Honourable Mautwe on the visual platform who raised her hand. And then if there is anything, then raise your hand, then we'll be giving you opportunity to speak. I think that is the procedural matter that you need to deal with. Honourable Mautwe.
Thank you, Chair. I was coming to that point myself, that it's your members who adopted the minutes and even seconded them. And the speaker can't come and want to change them. But also, it's not true what the speaker is saying. We can go back to the recording. The speaker said exactly what is written here, that it will be premature to issue a media statement. But following that, this statement now goes to say it was agreed. There was never such an agreement, Chair, that there will be a media statement issued to confirm the discussions. Which discussions? Because you can't just discuss and have no outcome. I had raised in the meeting that what is the outcome, expected outcome of this meeting? And there was no answer. I said, are we voting? Actually, it reflects even in the meeting. If you go to 3.2.5, 5, I think. I had raised that what exactly are we 3.2.52? What the expected outcome of the meeting was it to, are we voting? Because you people were saying there must be a statement issued, and I asked, what are you going to tell the nation? Because you say you want to tell the nation on something that is not resolved by the committee itself. So I don't know what, Chair, you are busy with honestly right now, but it's not the truth is that this matter was not concluded, and we can't want now to force it down. Earlier on, your own member, you was even saying the minutes are wrong. So I don't know what is happening at the moment now. We're disputing the minutes, we're adopting, after adopting, we're correcting. What exactly are we doing here? I'm asking this question once again, like I did in the meeting the last time. But what exactly are we dealing with? Because this issue, there was never a resolution. Let's go back to the recording if the minutes are a problem, and listen to the recording and draft our own minutes if people who are in the meeting cannot explain what happened in the meeting. But I remember even asking for the documents. The speaker is correct. I'm the one who asked, can you take the files? No, there's confidential information. Which confidential information? We've got dossiers and dossiers, documents, huge piles of documents relating to this matter. So what are you going to hide from us? Which we have. We were told that there was even pay slips. There's not a single pay slip in that thing, in those files.
Are you done?
Okay. So my matter is still on the table. I would still want to table that item of the forensic investigation on the appointment of the STP and subsequent salary increases, which are still happening to this day, 2026. Chair, please. I'm waiting for that moment where we're going to discuss that. Whether it's in matters arising or where, I'm requesting that we debate or deliberate on that issue. That is my request, Chair. Still stands. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Badinost, I noted you, Honorable
Chairperson, you have
Thank you,
not
Chair.
given me an opportunity. If I can please come in.
Okay, let me, Honorable Speaker, understand. Let's hear Honorable Badinost, then Dartmore, then will come in. Honorable
Chair,
Badinost.
Chair, thank you very much. Let's just make this easy for all of us. Let's just go to page 3, please.
Honorable members, I think we agree because I've never heard anything about the objections. So we are on matters arising.
So on the second point there, the committee resolved as follows.
Badinost.
Chair, I'm clarifying exactly what the speaker now tried to do is change the wording of minutes after they've been adopted.
Honorable Badinost.
That is irregular.
Honorable Badinost, are you going to allow yourself to be chaired in this meeting?
No,
obviously
you are waiting for the opportunity to do that.
I've given you a chance, and I've been telling you even several times that you are also the chairperson of one of the committees, and I don't think you expect to be undermining the meeting. So I've just said, and I've given you an opportunity. I've never stopped you. I'm just saying, you listen to say we are now done with the adoption of the agenda. Of the minutes. So we are going to focus on the minutes, on the matters arising. So that's what I want to appeal with you.
Okay.
I don't want you to get in as if somebody is suppressing you. Don't do that. Just come in and raise your point because the minutes has been adopted. That's why we have agreed. There's no objection. Can we get
Chairperson?
Speaker, you'll come in, please.
Chair?
Speaker.
No, I just wanted to clarify because Chair, when the adoption was done, I had not been able to clarify the point. The correction, actually, it's more a correction, more than changing any content of the meeting or the minutes. I was just correcting that my response in that related to a statement that was made in the meeting about EAs having to make a statement. So that's all what I was clarifying there, not changing the content of any matter or coming after. I was not given an opportunity to clarify. So I'm just clarifying that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Badinost.
Thank you, Chair. But the bottom line is that's not what the minutes reflect. The minutes that have been adopted, and Honorable Dartmore rushed in to make sure we adopt these minutes very quickly without anybody getting a chance to raise anything. So the minutes have now been adopted. And under point 2, it says that the Joint Standing Committee of Management of Parliament would issue a media statement to confirm discussions and outcomes of that day's meeting as outlined in paragraph 3.2.56 and not what was issued after that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mote.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair.
Chair,
What is
Honorable Mote.
Chair?
Straight to the point.
Yes.
What is the issue? Yes.
I'm saying, even with what the speaker says, well, firstly, there's no one who has ever asked the EA to issue a statement. But even if that is the case, she's acknowledging, actually, with her statement that, because what is important is what would have led to this premature issuing of the statement is because, as it says here, please go to it, 3.2.57. Noting the speaker's concern that it would be premature for EA, let's take it with the speaker, what she says, for the EA to issue media statements on the JSFMP or Parliament's position on the matter, while members will require time to study the documents. So it doesn't matter who issues the statement, whether it's the committee or it's the EA.
she's acknowledging the fact that members still needed more time to study the documents. And therefore, she's confirming with us that even the committee chairpersons, it was premature for you to go and issue statements and do media interviews. That's exactly what she's saying.
Honorable Dartmouth.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're on matters arising, and I would like to first point to page 18, which is currently on the screen, and it's very clear there that the Speaker had raised her concern, and it was also very clear, if you read on, it was agreed that the Joint Standing Committee of Financial Matters of Parliament, not the executive authorities, which is the Speaker and the NCOP Chair, but the chairs would issue a media statement to confirm the discussions and the outcomes of that day's meetings. Now, if we can go to page 16, I'm still on matters arising. So there was a full agreement that the chairs should issue a statement on the outcomes. Now let's go to resolutions. At the top there, there's firstly an item on resolutions. It's a heading. Many members, there we are. Many members were of the view, and it goes on there, and it says the matter should be put to rest and Parliament should return its focus to the real problems. Then it goes on in terms of what other members felt, and then if we can go on to item 3256, which then talks about 8 decisions that were taken. 56, a little bit further up. It goes up there. Right. The majority of members agreed to the following. There it's the whole issue of the annexure contained, guidance should be obtained, took place well before. Can please go on? We agreed on that. Number 2, we supported that the committee should accept the comprehensive briefing on the recruitment process, remuneration, subsequent adjustments. 3, that the formal confirmation of Parliament that the process and subsequent were reasonable and not irregular, as confirmed by the Auditor General of South Africa, should be welcomed. This is what the committee agreed. Should continue honouring the contract. Speculation of the matter should note and register concerns, negative media coverage. EA should be requested to issue a public statement clarifying the process, co-chairs and so on. Now, let's go right up to the top again, which is what Mr. Badenhorst raised. You will see right up to when at the summary there, you will see it's very clear. The committee resolved that the Joint Standing Committee would issue a media statement, which was done as a matter arising, to confirm the discussions and the outcomes. So it's clear that there were outcomes. There was a decision. The minutes reflect that. And I would therefore, as a matter arising, like to move that given that the Joint Standing Committee, and this is a resolution I'm proposing, has adopted the minutes, that the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Matters of Parliament therefore resolves that the matter regarding the appointment and the remuneration of the Secretary to Parliament is regarded by the committee as closed. That is a formal resolution, and I would like to ask if there's a seconder for that resolution. Thank you.
Chair.
Object.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF. And our proposal, Chair, is that we agree to have a forensic investigation on the appointment of the Secretary to Parliament and subsequent salary increases that dates back from 2022 up until now, 2026. Chair, we submit.
Chair, the Democratic Alliance vehemently objects to that resolution because there's nowhere, anywhere, where there's a space for a minority report in that resolution. So we will not accept that resolution, and we object against it.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Feni.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, as I've done in terms of the presentation of the minutes of the meeting of the 4th, I think I seconded it. also in terms of what Honorable Doug Moore on the matters arising have tried also to put an emphasis on issues that were not on clarity to honorable members. I think that's what we agreed. Even what was corrected by Speaker in terms of the exact meaning of the paragraph 2.5 point 2.7, something like that. If I properly captured it, I think it is a true reflection in terms of what exactly was the meaning of why she raised what she was trying to avoid, to go outside and make a statement whilst there was still a process that are going to be embarked on, not to change what was the agreement in terms of the majority on the meeting. I think, and then the issue now of a forensic, I don't think that we even articulated on that one. I think this is what we agreed on as reflected, Chair. That's what I wanted to support, Chair. I think in this note, the question of putting a matter on rest, I think that's what we agreeing on as the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Des.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put my understanding of processes to test, and I'm going to ask Advocate Jenkins either to confirm my understanding of processes. You know, Chair, this matter, as we are all aware, was dealt with from the 6th administration, and those reports, of course, were presented to this committee, confirming what transpired. And they are here as part of the minutes, confirming that was remuneration aspects, services that were somehow sourced, and then ultimately the AG. AG, as we all know, is the apex of auditing in our system. And AG confirmed that processes were. Later on, the matter now resurfaced to this committee, and the committee was given piles of files, and members identify certain information according to that somehow questions that has been shared with us. Now, my understanding is that if the AG's report is questioned, because that's exactly what I think we are doing now, that should be subjected to a review. And I think instead of maybe going the
No,
route
I
of...
noted you. I noted you. Yes, I noted you.
Instead of the route that under such circumstances should be taken, that's what I want to confirm with Advocate Jenkins, is the route of a review of the AG's a report which was entertained by Parliament ultimately and adopted for a given financial year. But now members feel that there is more information that came out after that process. So isn't it appropriate, Advocate Jenkins, for members to be advised to subject any findings that came after the AG's process to be subjected for a review? Because that's my understanding, Chair. And definitely, this is something that I think should be considered. But I'll just get to know Advocate Jenkins' take on this matter. But also it will be important because there is a proposal of what is this forensic. Maybe you must also advise how does the two goes together. I mean, the issue of review of the AG's report, which I think members are entitled to if they think there's information that might have been overlooked, vis-a-vis this issue of the suggested forensic investigation. Could you please advise, Advocate, just confirm my understanding on this process?
Honorable Mbambane. Honorable Mbambane.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Chairperson, I was struggling to unmute because I'm driving here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Co-Chairpersons, I want to first agree with the sentiments expressed by Honorable Dagmore and Honorable Feni, including Honorable Van Rooyen. This matter was dealt with thoroughly. Yes, not everyone agreed with it. I have already said so earlier to say Honorable Maudwe raised the objection, and also I think it was Honorable Badenost who raised his objection to the matter. So, like Honorable Feni, you were saying, this matter started in the 6th Parliament. It was dealt with and closed. Then it was reopened again. We agreed on a date. We dealt with this matter. Majority of members, like the minutes are saying, agreed on closing this, as per what Honorable Dagmore was reading. It was discussed in this meeting. So, I want to suggest that even after Advocate Jenkins' maybe inputs, I want to suggest that the committee cannot be held at ransom on this matter. If a member is not happy with the outcome that the majority agree on it, everyone has a right to take it forward with the relevant law enforcement agencies, like Honorable Dagmore now, Honorable Van Rooyen has suggested, or he was making that suggestion to say that members is there a member who would want to take that report for the report to say whoever is not satisfied with this process, they must take that matter up and leave the committee alone. They must take it up. So those who are not satisfied, because we received the file, there were payslip inside, there were many information that was there. And we said that should not be allowed to be taken out by anyone, because there were personal information of the STP in that file. Anyone who would want to go and read further the file must then do so in the presence of legal and HR. That is what we discussed in the meeting. So we cannot jump up and down always when the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament meets, then we want to bring up this matter. There's a lot that we are supposed to deal with. So my plea is that, my colleagues, those who are not happy with this, they must just take it forward so that we deal with this matter in this committee. Because Tina, we cannot review the report of the AG as this committee. The AG is auditing all departments, all state institutions. So if we doubt the report of the AG, then those members can take the report for review. I think it is their democratic right to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think I'm now taking the last hands. Honorable Maute, Honorable Badinos, Honorable Cameroon, and Honorable May. These are my last hands.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair,
I said Honorable Maute first. Honorable Maute.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have not, we were speaking past each other. Our simple request is that we deliberate or discuss the possibility of instituting a forensic investigation. Honorable Van Rooyen is suggesting a different approach, which is to review the audit report by the AGSA. So I'm not sure what you are saying about our proposal, but the bottom line is there was never a resolution on this issue. We're asking now for this committee to take a resolution in this meeting today. And our proposal is that the resolution should be that we are going to institute a forensic investigation on this matter because there's more and more questions. Chair, you were chairing the meeting last week when new information now surfaced in the meeting. So how many more things are we going to uncover as we go along? And it can't be correct that the matter is closed. Even if it comes from the third parliament, it's still a matter, it's open. The hands of the law works like that. It's very long. Something you commit murder in 2001, we come fetch you now, and you can't tell us where were you the whole time. So please, we are humbly requesting that we institute a forensic investigation into the appointment and subsequent salary increases of the Secretary to Parliament. That's our submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Badinos.
Chair, thank you very much. I think it's really important that the 7th Parliament do not make the same mistake as the 6th Parliament, where they also tried to bury this appointment. Now, what happened in the 6th Parliament is a report was conducted by the Powers and Privilege Committee of Parliament. The report is named the Pillay Report, Parliament of South Africa versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Akula. Now, the problem I have is amongst all the information dumped on us in that meeting, and I say it was a dump because we got the files without any time to prepare of what's inside the files, and we were taken through selectively. But in that file, there is no Pillay report. And the reason the Pillay report does not appear in that file is because the Pillay report found that there's prima facie case that warrants investigation and a hearing on the appointment of the Secretary to Parliament and the subsequent 70% increase in his salary that he received by the previous Speaker of the Parliament. And that's why I requested that the previous Speaker of the Parliament and the NCOP appear in front of our committee to come and answer to the Pillay report. That report is being buried, and this committee now is doing exactly the same thing. They want us to rubber stamp once again the fact that this whole process was irregular, and now we are going to be part of sweeping it under the floor again. So there is enough evidence out there. The Pillay report is but one report that exists that shows that there's prima facie evidence that that investigation must take place and a hearing must take place. And so I agree with my colleague in the EFF that there needs to be a forensic investigation because that's exactly what the Pillay report says. Parliament paid for that report. It would be fruitless and wasteful expenditure if we don't adhere to the findings of that report. And that report was prepared and presented to Parliament, the Privilege and Powers Committee, on the 25th of March 2024. So it's a 2-year-old report that we are now ignoring as members of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dartmouth.
Thank you. Chair, just to say once again, a reading of the minutes makes it very clear that this committee took a decision. It's very clearly minuted. In my previous input, I took members through what we have just adopted as a reflection, where a majority, yes, as Member Bapane says, not everyone, but a majority of the committee accepted the Auditor General's report, and those matters are clear. What I would like now, given that the committee has adopted the minutes, the resolution that I would like to formally propose, and I will send the wording to the committee secretary now, is the following: that the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Matters of Parliament, having adopted the minutes of the meeting of the 4th of March 2026, which amongst others reflects the decision by the majority of the committee to accept the report of the Auditor General that there were no irregularities regarding the appointment and remuneration of the STP. Therefore, the committee regards the matter as closed. And just one last point. You know, Honorable Barnos wants to take us back. The Auditor General has audited the information. We've had a discussion about this committee. We've also resolved in regard to members having access to the redacted documents. So you cannot change what a committee has decided. This is a part, and if people have other remedies, they need to approach the courts or approach the executive authority, but this is the committee. As far as our committee is concerned, I formally move that resolution, and I'm going to WhatsApp it now to the committee secretary. Thank you.
Honorable Madam Mayor.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wish to concur with Honourable Doug Moore. We cannot set a precedent where we go back. And Honourable Bartnos is talking about the Pillay report. The Pillay report was not actually about the STP. It was actually featuring more on the former speaker. So I think I just want to draw the line there. The second aspect is that I want to again stress that the Auditor General would have found a material finding. And we've received unqualified audits. Had there been a challenge in any of these of his salary, etc., there would have been a material finding. Both houses accepted the annual report. I think it's quite clear. The last thing is, so basically the process was lawful. It complied with governance requirements. It passed independent audit scrutiny. I mean, this is an election year. We can see a lot of things coming up. Everybody's wanting to shine. The challenge is this is a straight case with regards to the processes that have gone through. And so with the Honourable Pambani, my other colleagues, and Honourable Doug Moore, I want to concur that this case be closed now. We've accepted the minutes. We've accepted what has taken place with regards to everything, all the information that is before us. So I'd like to second that this matter be closed. Thank you.
Honorable Fanny.
No, thanks, Chair. No, my Chair, I thought after Honorable Mpapane will have summarized the issue, because here there is a consistency in terms of agreeing on the process when it started and up until now. The unfortunate part is that we do not agree in terms of the forensic investigation, because it has not even been a subject of discussion here. It's just being proposed by Honorable Mawodwe, of which we do not support it, which tells you that if we do not support it, the minutes are clear that even the minutes of the 4th, they are clearly saying that the majority, even now, the question of voting or not voting, but the minutes are reflecting the views of the majority, that's how democracy works. We cannot all of us agree. That's part of democracy, to object. Then those who feel that they need to take the matter further, there is a remedy for them, as have been highlighted. I don't see ourselves moving around the cycle on a matter that we agreed on. If there is any information that is new on the matter, it should have been brought to us, not someone take that information and keep that information. For instance, the question of PLA report that was not included. Why did Mr. Honorable Badenhorst didn't brought that information to say, look, this is a new information that I'm bringing. These are the issues that are not covered in terms of the Auditor General. That is why the Auditor General arrived at a particular decision, because this and this and this was not included. It is not there. Therefore, we cannot continue. And and also is saying that we are putting the matter under the carpet, which is it's not true. It's him that is doing that by not providing information to us. To us, the information that is in front of us suffices to arrive at a particular conclusion. The conclusion that we are agreeing on now in the as a committee to say, look, we are fine in terms of what is presented to us. We are taking this particular conclusion. Any other issue now that is beyond that, it is not stopping any honorable member to proceed with that. I think Honorable Mbapane summed the matter up, and also appreciating what Honorable Dagmore is going to do, because it's what is supposed it should have been done by Honorable Dagmore, by Honorable Badenhorst, when discovering a new information that we never came across. Then to say, look, this is information. Provide the information to the Secretariat in order for that information to reflect on the minute. It is not there. It is not here with us. We cannot do anything with that information. It's him alone that is having information that was not presented to the AG. So I want to conclude by saying, the Honorable Chairperson, Co-Chair, the matter must be put at rest. Conclude the matter. Thank you very much.
Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I concur with Honorable Dagmore and Honorable Helen May, and then also I want to second what Honorable Feni is saying now, that we are not in agreement on the issue of the forest investigation. It was not there during that time. We don't agree with it now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, can you come in with the legal opinion?
Thank you, Honourable Co-Chair. Much appreciated. Chair, to address the question raised by Honourable van Rooyen, he is correct to say that the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of South Africa. And that's what the Act itself says. So it's quite a strong statement. And what it means is that if a municipality gets a qualified audit, it can't go out and get another set of auditors to give a different opinion and then cherry pick which opinion applies. If you want to challenge the Auditor General's report, one needs to take that on review. If you have questions about the Auditor General's report, Parliament has the power to call the Auditor General to explain what is happening in that report or why they came to certain conclusions. But the Constitution is very clear, co-chairpersons, that all organs of state, which includes Parliament, must protect the institutions, the Chapter 9 institutions, and ensure their independence and impartiality, their dignity, their effectiveness, and so on. So that is a constitutional obligation, and I mentioned it at the meeting, I think it was 4th of March, that is the case. So Honourable van Rooyen is correct, and I will confirm what he said, that if there's a question around the finding of the Auditor General, that needs to be taken on a proper review to a court. I think a failure to do so risks that one then do not pay homage to what that subsection 3 of section 181 of the Constitution says, which I've just referred to, that organs of state need to protect these institutions and ensure their dignity and impartiality. Chair, just a note on there, and I think Honourable Neil May has correctly pointed out the opinion of Advocate Carisha Pillay, Senior Counsel, did in fact deal with the former Speaker and whether she has a case to answer before the Ethics Committee. And as what happened then, she resigned and there was no jurisdiction, and that was the nub of that legal opinion. Honourable Chair, I think that was the questions that were asked to me. If there's anything else, I'm still here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. I think the reason why we have Mr. Jenkins in our meeting, and I'm happy that this meeting is being recorded in terms of also the legal opinion. One, we have adopted the minutes. Those who have raised the objection, they've raised it. Two, on the minutes, because we're dealing with the matters arising on the minutes. On the day of the 4th of March, there was nothing about the forensic investigation. And as Mr. Jenkins indicates, that we need, as a parliament, to protect the Chapter 9 institutions. So I take it that the matter that we have resolved on the 4th of March, which of all of us we are agreeing that the minutes has been adopted. Obviously, not all of us we're gonna appreciate or support. That's the nature of the committee meetings. We have to be recording that as Honourable Maude and Honourable Badenhorst indicated, we need to also indicate the objection on the matters. So I take it the matter is now closed. If there is anything, honourable members, they feel that they are aggrieved on, because it was no longer not anything that is reflecting on the issue of the forensic audit on the minutes of the 4th of March. And then indeed, we also, I'm not going to take any hands because members have been raising their issues, their hands. So, members, if there is anyone who wants to raise anything, you can send the remark or whatever issue that you want to raise to the secretariat. Then we'll record it to say this.
Chair, we would like, no, Chair. We would like to reflect on what you just said. Please don't support. You are making a ruling. We would like to reflect on your ruling. Please allow us to do that.
When I make a ruling, it means I've given you, all of you, the opportunity to speak. That's when I've allowed.
Yeah, you can make your ruling, but please note that we object to your ruling and we'll take this to court.
Yes, that is why we are saying everybody has got the right to say, if there is on the minutes, that's how it is on the minutes. And all of us, I think it is before you that we have accepted the minutes, and you also raised the objection on the minutes on the matter. There's nobody who's refusing anybody to take any matter. Fortunately, we have the legal advisor who gave us the legal opinion. Honourable members,
he has lost all the cases of EFF. You can't rely on that person. He's losing everything. He's going to lose even this one. We're going to get our money back from
Cindy,
Mr.
can you flag the agenda on the screen, please? Let's see what is the next item. I think it's the announcement. Okay. No, thanks very much. I think that is the meeting, the closing remark. Co-chair, Lekanyane, can you come in on the closing remark and the second term program? Can we go to the second term program, Cindy?
Yes, Chair, and we also have 2 committee reports if you want to adopt them this evening.
Okay, can you flag them?
The 2 reports, okay. I will start with our report on, okay. Apologies. Apologies, Chair.
Report on the Joint Standing Committee on Finance. Dated 26 May. Okay. Can we go to the first page, page 1?
Page 1.
I hope you have
Yes.
circulated it to the members.
Yes, it was circulated towards the end of last year already, but we've been resending it to members.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Page
Okay,
two.
Page 2. Page 3.
Page 3. Page. Page 5. Page 6.
Seven. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 20. 21. 22. 23. And this is page 24, the observations and recommendations. Do you want me to pause here or must I just move on?
Yes. Yeah, the observation and the recommendations.
Okay.
Can you go 7.1? 7.2?
7.2.
7.3?
7.4.
7.4? 7.5? 7.6? 7.7? 7.8? Okay. Yes, yeah. Report to be considered. Can we get move on the second for the adoption of the report? Honorable Dagmore.
Thanks, Co-Chair. I move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you. Seconder. Mayor.
I second.
Mayor, second. Any objection? There is no objection. Thank you very much. Can you, Honorable Des?
Of position as a deputy.
Honorable Des?
Please note our reserve position as MK party chair.
Thank you. MK Party reserve their position.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
The EFF objects. Thank you. Cindy, the next report on the site visit. On the site visit.
Is it visible on your side?
Because yes, and we can see it.
Okay, good.
The site visit undertaken to inspect progress made in the rebuilding of infrastructure destroyed on the 2022 fire installation of the dome, dated 26 May, page 1.
Page 1.
Page 2. Page 3.
Page 4.
No, thank you, the chairperson. Mine is just only to the honorable members.
Then can I request Ellen to mute, please? Ellen, can you mute, please?
This is page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, and page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14.
Cindy, your pages are not numbered. How do you see them?
I can see them here at the bottom. I realized they're not numbered just now. Yes. So this is
it's okay. Page 14?
Yes, now we are at the observations and recommendations.
Okay. 7.1 infrastructure project background to the project. 7.11, 7.2 infrastructure project impact on users of the precinct. 7.3 infrastructure projects fire safety. In 7.4 handover ceremony of the dome. 7.5 cost of temporary arrangement resulting from the 2022 fire. 7.6, I hope you are not going to look for the other thing. 7.6, investment in audio visual equipment. 7.7, future use of the dome. Joint Standing Committee on Finance. Cindy.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, feel strongly that the investment Parliament has made into the dome should be recouped in some form. They welcome the Secretary to Parliament's commitment to that a model for the future use of the dome will be developed. Members, the report to be considered. Can we get a mover and a seconder? That more.
Thank you, Chair. I really think the report reflects a lot of work done by the committee, reflects that we see the dome as it stands at the moment. I am proud to propose the acceptance of this report. Thank you.
I hope it is still strong, eh?
Yes.
The dome.
You took us there, Chair. You took us there.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying, still strong, because last time there was a wind, a strong wind that everybody was worried about the people in Cape Town. So I hope it's still strong. There's a mover from Honorable Dartmoor. Honorable Badinhorst, second.
Yeah, I'm very happy to second. I'm very happy to second that. The Department of Public Works did a great job in in building that dome in a very short record time, and I think that should be noted as well. Thank you very much.
So this one,
Wow. Wow.
Speaker, you must know these things. Is there any objections? Honorable Des?
Please note the resolution of MK Party Chair. Sorry for that.
Yeah, the abstinence of MK Party is abstaining.
Abstain.
Amicus, Honorable Des?
Reserving.
Oh, reserve. Okay, reserve. All right. Thank you. Hey, well captured. Otherwise, we'll correct the minutes next time. Cindy, I hope you captured well. Honorable Mauta, Umpili.
I was not part of the site visit, Chair, but if
Oh,
you want to
yes.
object, we object.
You can't talk. I agree you're not there. Yeah. So I think, Cindy, what else do we have? We have the
Only STP matters, that's all.
Amigas?
It's just an interjection.
Oh, don't interject, please. I'm chairing the meeting here, Honorable Dagmo.
He's
Cindy?
just saying absolutely nothing. Don't worry, Chair. Nothing.
Cindy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are in the program now. Okay.
This is our second term program. So we've already had our first meeting last week, Friday. We just had this meeting. So we've got 2 more engagements left for this term. On the 12th of June, we will be considering Parliament's draft 2027-28 APP and budget and receiving an update on the development of an appropriate funding model for Parliament. And then on the 19th of June will be our second site visit and the update by the DBSA on progress made in the reconstruction project chain. And that will be our last meeting for the term.
Okay. Let's go up. Let's go up. What do we left with?
We are left
From
with the
today.
12th.
Okay, we are done with this one. 26 May, we are done. Okay.
We are
12
left
June.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to have a meeting on the 12th June, then the site visit on the 19th.
On the 19th, yes.
Okay. Honourable members, that is the program has been presented. Honourable Dagmo, it's like you are the only one in the meeting. Honourable Khadebe?
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I propose that we adopt this program as a working document. If there's a need for change, it can be changed. But for now, as it stands, we adopt it. I propose that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Honourable Feni, I'm deliberately ignoring you, Honourable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm seconding the adoption of the program as the working document indeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Got a point
Yes.
to raise. Just got a point.
Honourable Dagmo?
Just a very quick point. No, I would support the colleagues who are proposing the agenda, and I just want to raise it on the 12th as I see it. Cindy can just go there, and I'm glad that the speaker is still in the meeting, and all the members. I think tonight's experience of the budget and the issues raised really emphasizes the critical importance of the question of not just an appropriate funding model for Parliament, but also how we as a committee, given that we're governed by the FMPPLA legislation and this whole process that we've had in regard to the preparing for the budget, planning, getting input. So I think it's an absolutely critical meeting proposed for the 12th of June. And I think it would be really good if we could be part of that so that we can enrich the budget making process for Parliament and obviously get an appropriate funding model for Parliament itself. So I think it's a very important meeting.
I'm glad you learned something tonight.
Helping you.
Honourable Maude.
Basics. 101.
Honourable Maude.
101, Dagmo.
Honourable Maude. We are in the
Wema
meeting.
utofika nini up.
Speaker, we are in the meeting. We are still in the meeting.
Speaker, respond to our letter, please. 72 hours, ma'am.
Honorable Dartmouth, are you done?
Chair, yes, no, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Cindy?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's all for tonight.
Yes, Chair. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to ask if I previously committed to having the report ready by 2 so that we could meet in the evening, but I would like to suggest that if it suits members, we can maybe meet at lunchtime to adopt the report, and then I will endeavor to have it ready for you by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay, no. Myself and the co-chair will communicate with you, then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Okay,
No
thanks
problem.
very much. I hope there's nothing more that you need.
Chair,
Speaker wants-
please ask Honorable Speaker to respond to our letter that we wrote.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know anything about the
Thank
letter.
you.
You can't tell me I must tell the speaker to respond to a letter. You've never sent me the letter. I don't know anything. Speaker?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Chair, I actually wanted to say we should have welcomed new members of this committee, like Honorable Mauto, who's now a full member of the committee, and Honorable Mkhalip is now an alternate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
So on the letter, I will
Speaker.
speak directly to Honorable Mauto out of the meeting.
Okay, Speaker, thank you so much for the response.
Okay.
We're waiting.
As Honorable Speaker, are you done?
Yes, I'm done, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank you all for the time that you put aside to make sure that we process the lot of issues, be difficult as it is, as it was, and we are able to finalize our meeting now. We hope that whatever that we have been discussing is very critical. It's for the benefit of the public of South Africa. I'm now going to also thank the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NCOP, also the other members present here, my co-chair, the STP and the team, and honorable members. I thank you very much, and let me now hand over to my co-chair, Lekanyani, to also thank you and close the meeting. Co-chair Lekanyani.
Thanks very much, Co-Chair Ndlovu, the Speaker, the Chair of the NCOP, and the Acting Chair, Honorable Cameron, and all members of this committee, the STP, and your delegation, the Secretariat of the committee, for the wonderful work that has been done for the success of this committee. We want to thank you so much, honorable members, and the members who have joined the committee in our absence. We also want to thank them. We had a very good meeting today, Co-Chair. Of course, we had a rocky start, but we persevered, and we are here concluding the business of the meeting. And I hope that we will step ahead and not look back, because it emerged in today's meeting that some of the issues the committee has dealt with previously. And I hope that we will take it in that spirit and step forward, look to other issues that the committee must deal with. We have earlier agreed that we should meet tomorrow for a consideration of the committee report. And I think Cindy will communicate with the committee members what time the meeting is happening tomorrow evening. Then we must express our appreciation to the STP for the comprehensive responses that have been given to the committee in today's meeting, and Mr. Advocate Jenkins for the sound advices that you have given us here. And I want to concur with you. You are very right that as a parliament, we should be the first primus inter pares in defense of the integrity of the institutions that we have created, like the institution of the Auditor General. It's a supreme audit institution, internationally renowned, revered institution for its performance and excellence. So we want to thank you so much for that piece of advice. And we hope that the matter will be laid to rest. You know where I come from, ka Sesotho ba re ngwana motho le ena a hlabe ke phefo. Nagana gore there will be a breath of fresh air in the committee, as we will not be bogged down by one issue for forever. Honorable members, thank you so much, Speaker, Chair, with your delegations. I'm handing back to the co-chair to close the meeting.
Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Long live the coach. Long live the co-chairs.
Good night,
Long live the
everyone.
deputy
Long
chair.
live the co-chairpersons.
Good night.